It's Wednesday, October 16th, 2024, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You are watching Co-op for Two. Tonight we're continuing our playthrough of Blair Witch Season 2 from Hunt a Killer. This is Episode 2, Box 2. Last night we played the first box. We only played for about 3.5 hours, which is a fairly short stream for this channel. I suspect tonight we'll play through maybe 4 or 5 hours. Maybe we'll try to get through 2 boxes today. That will depend on how we're feeling. Last night we did complete the first box. It took us quite a while to get through the main puzzle of the box. It's a good thing I had some help from the channel. Otherwise I was going to be stuck there for a while. Let's check in with the chat. Is there anything to talk about before we get started tonight? Only 10 viewers. We've got some regulars and some of the people from yesterday. There was some discussion on the Discord about whether the start of this case had enough narrative. And I think it did. I was engaged by the narrative, the idea of this traveling podcast. We've got 2 co-hosts, one a skeptic, one a true believer. And the 2 interns, Emma and someone else, I forget the name of the other intern. We heard audio from all of them. It's kind of fun. They got lost in the woods. Little supernatural element right to start off with. I think maybe the impression that there wasn't enough narrative just came from the fact that that puzzle at the end really got us stuck for a while, and it was sort of, there was not much to discuss there. We just had to sit there and watch me struggle with it. Maybe we should have talked through the clues a little more. All right, well, we're going to continue playing Season 2 each night going forward until we finish it. So maybe we'll be playing this into the weekend. Anything else to talk about before we get started? Did anyone check out the recommendation I gave last night for the BBC parody horror TV show that you can watch on YouTube now called Garth Marenghi's Dark Place Hospital? I do recommend it. DJ says, did you want to look at the hints for the map puzzle? There was some discussion about whether we should look at the hints to see if there was stuff we missed. You know what? I don't want to do that now because I don't want it to derail our experience of the narrative of this case. But maybe when we're all done or on the Discord between sessions, we'll take a look at the hints and see if there was stuff that we missed. But I want us to get back into this story here without looking too much behind the curtains until we finish it. All right, well, let's open the box if there's nothing else to talk about. All right, Season 2, Episode 2. So we're on the right box, 9 items. Maybe we'll read what we're supposed to do in a second. Let's see if the letter introduces it to us more gently. There's always an issue with these games, whether to try to leave material intact so you can pass it along and sell it. Sometimes it can't be helped because you fold or cut, but you can't get reset packs from Hunt a Killer. So whatever you mess with, you mess with. Sometimes we make scans and copies. Sometimes we don't. Okay, very classic Hunt a Killer key ring. There's a couple things that you can sort of count on in any Hunt a Killer box. One is a lock, another is a key ring. Burkittsville radio, key on. Oh, key 011. Okay. All right, let's read our introduction letter before we get into this. I see there's some cutout stuff. All right. So far, I've been impressed with the production quality here. Hey, investigator. I didn't think I'd be reaching out to you again so soon, but we have a problem. James somehow got separated from Emma and Ray. He said they were still following the creek, the two of them ahead. They climbed over a hill, and by the time he caught up, they were just gone. All day I kept calling and texting them, both on the phone and walkie. Nothing. They were all headed to that radio tower, but James lost sight of that too. He said it only left his eye line as he was climbing the hill, and when he crested it, the radio tower, Emma, and Ray were all gone. James and I are the whole reason those kids are here in the first place. We're responsible for them, and we have to find them. James agreed, and he's not leaving the woods until they regroup. I went to the radio station trying to see if Emma and Ray somehow made it there, but I got nothing. It's not exactly public property, but I'm not exactly in a position where I care anymore. Lanning tried to scare me off, came up to me on the street and made me tell him what happened. It was definitely less out of civic duty and more his attempt to let me run wild with my ghost story. Get it out of my system, I guess. He left an official warning and a report about the radio tower at the motel for me. It's supposed to reinforce the idea that everything is mundane, I guess, but I don't believe it. Make sure you check it out. I also updated your folder on the website with some more information. Even if Emma and Ray aren't physically at the tower, though, I know we can still use it. James has been wandering in and out of radio dead zones, and that has to be why I can't reach Emma and Ray. But whoever worked there messed with the board in some real weird ways. Everything looks heavily rewired and hacked together. I'm not sure who did it, but they seem to leave a strange calling card, that punch-out cabin I sent. I tried to be as careful as I could with it in sending it to you. It has to be a clue. The radio tower should still be usable, except for a major problem. There's a piece missing. I traced the wiring and everything looks like it's connected until suddenly there's a gap between the control panel and the broadcast tower itself. The wires just end. I need another pair of eyes here. Can you help me figure out what piece is missing? I gathered up a few items we might be able to use to get it into working order. Only one person from town was actually helpful. Harriet, the lady who helped me with the map, pulled me into the diner. She whispered, "The woods won't hear us here," then dumped this scribbled note and a keychain into my hand, but no key. When this is all over and we can go back to making the show, I'm going to get a full interview with her. When you've got the name of the missing part, send it to me directly through the chat box on superneutralpodcast.com like last time. We'll proceed from there. I'm going to wait for your message by the station. The new password for the website is SkunkApe. By the way, you can never be too careful. Let's hurry. They've been in there too long. Okay, so everyone is still in the forest, but now Emma and Ray have gotten separated from Ed. So things have gone from bad to worse, but we think the radio is the key, radio tower is the key way to get in touch with them. There's a part missing, and that's our objective for this box, to figure out what part that might be. And he said that Harriet gave him this key and a scribbled note, which I guess is this multi-page scribbled note. All right, let's put this away for now. We'll come back to it. We've got this punch-out cabin, which we're told was left by whoever messed with the radio tower. Or is this the scribbled note that Harriet? Oh, this is Harriet's scribbled note. Look what it says. Do not read this outdoors, out loud, or beside any open windows or vents, because the woods might hear us. Boy, that's creepy. All right, so we don't know what this one is. There's the note from Harriet. He talked about these two, so probably we'll read those two first. This is the cabin we're going to reassemble. I'm not sure what this is. some police report. And then what is this? Whoa, look at this. Notice the symptoms: excessive exposure to infrasound or diffuse opium found in and around the radio tower. That's pretty creepy. All right, we'll come back to this. Now look how cool this is. Come on, how cool is this? Burkittsville Radio Training Manual. Look at how cool this is. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then lastly, we have at the radio station a communication log that looks very real. Look at this. Trees say why she stopped by. Why did she stop? She stopped. Why did she stop? My fault or our fault? We've got some Morse code. Creepy. Very creepy. All right. So 3 things from the radio tower. Let's read what the note is, but I'm not sure. Do not read this outdoors out loud or beside any open windows or vents. I feel like it's safe for me to read it in here. Sort of an enclosed room. All right, let's see what Harriet has to say. Edward, you venture much too close to the woods. Take a lesson from your friends. These woods reach out to those who wander too close. Things in the forest thrive on the curiosity and hubris you exhibit. Hungry ghosts watch just beyond sight. I've seen the treetops shake. Birds flee an unseen and violent force. I've heard lost souls anxiously pacing across deep roots and dead leaves. And my husband, God rest his soul, was lost to those woods some years ago, collected one night after his shift at the station. I cannot understand why someone in their right mind would simply wander in, though he certainly was not in his right mind by the end. Robert used to say the same thing over and over again. Every time I begged him to stay home, safe with me, he would tell me he was doing his best, doing all he could to stand between the woods and the rest of the world. What he was doing, he said, was the key to keeping what is in those woods locked away. You are not like him, Edward. You seem like you will not be satisfied until you feel her gravity. What made you blind to these threats? Are you reading this somewhere they can see you? I have asked you to be careful where you read this. In case you haven't been, I have hid what you truly need from the wood's eyes. She encrypted some line here. That, Robert always said, was what stood between the woods and the world. Don't trust anything that emerges from the forest, no matter how comforting and familiar it sounds. That's creepy. That sounds like we can't even trust our own friends if they come out. Oh, that's creepy. All right, so we've got an encrypted message here. Punctuation of a normal sentence. So we've got a substitution cipher, probably a Caesar cipher. So one of the best ways to break a Caesar cipher is if you can guess what one of the words are. I thought maybe she would write the word woods, but we don't have any double letters in here. We've got a couple 3-letter words. I wouldn't be surprised if this one wasn't the word the. The and let's see, where's our book, our code is in the other box. All right, let me get my stuff here. Oh, where is our little Caesar cipher wheel? Up on the shelf. All right. Let's see if we can decode this message here. So just experimenting, if the second to last word is the, Z would go to H, W would go to Q. Okay, so it's not the. What if it's and? Z would go to A, W would go to X. That's not right. What if this word is this? E goes to T, S goes to H, E goes to I. If D goes to S, then we've got it. D goes to S. Okay, so here's our Caesar cipher. So T, H, E, S, E. These, V goes to K, P, E, J, Y, D is S. These keys, this, we need to be writing this out. Okay. These keys, comma, this. I goes to X. N goes to C. E goes to T. U. Maybe that's an L. A. Actually, that's an L, that lowercase L. So A, C, T, A, A, C, T, A, C, T, U, Z is our O. Feels like I'm getting too sloppy here. Sorry. So We probably should get used to using a computer website once we know the shift, but I'm just going to decode it here, even though I'm doing a terrible job. A, C, T, you can't see. Okay. A, C, T, U, A, T, O, actuator. These keys, this actuator, and L, Y, O. So A, N, and ZYP is O, N, E. E goes to T, T goes to I, T, E, T, I. Maybe that's not an E, maybe that's a C. E, D, I'm tired. C goes to O, W goes to L, O goes to F, D. One tired old. X goes to M, L, A. These keys, this actuator, and one tired old man. I have hid what you truly need from the woods, which are these keys, this actuator, whatever that is, and one tired old man. All right. Weird. I don't know what actuator she's talking about. And we don't know what tired old man she's talking about. All right. Are we told where we get this from? I have an investigator. This is just about the radio. And then Harriet, who helped with the map, gave us the scribble note and the keychain. And then where did we find... Okay, let's see. Lanning tried to scare me off, came up to me, made me tell what happened. He left an official warning and a report about the radio tower at the motel. A report about the radio tower. But this isn't the report about the radio tower. Maybe they mean this training manual? Or is this the report about the radio tower? All right, well, let's read this, even though I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe our website update will tell us where this is from. Let's check the website and get our updated information. So I see we have to log out and then put in the new password for today's mission. All right, so it's a clever system. It makes us log into the website. And once we do, the website will mostly be the same. But I suspect that the one thing that will be different is here, an update of our files. Let's see. Okay, so we've seen these first five, but these last two are new. Let's see what this is. Oh, here's the report we're told the sheriff left us. First and final warning, notice. You are hereby forbidden from any actions deemed a disruption of the well-being of town residents, including but not limited to the following. You're forbidden from soliciting for personal information, stories, or directives involving but not limited to the Woods or any active investigations, such as the Kent family's disappearance, visiting active locations of interest to the department, such as Rosemary Kent's home. And then is written here, what is, it won't let me zoom in. That's weird that it won't let me zoom in. Okay, it says double check this one, and there isn't even a section 1549. Okay, so it's all bullshit. Interfering with the current and continued use of the radio tower, calling on police or any other first response professionals. Failure to comply will result in a city ordinance violation for a fine up to $1,000. If you wish to discuss this notice, you may contact Sheriff Lanning using extension 301. And then, let's see, we can download this. Maybe all the clicking here. Looks like the Woods have infiltrated it. Because I'd like to zoom in on this. Maybe I can zoom in on it this way. Yes, there we go. Okay, so let's see. Investigator Lanning or someone must have seen me walking around the tower while I was taking those notes. He wants to try to intimidate me with this. A veiled threat and some completely exaggerated citations. I checked. Every single one is blown way out of context. Heard around town the sheriff before this guy, another Lanning, believe it or not, was a good dude. I'm not so sure about this one. Not quite living up to the family name. So we might want to, on our to-do list, consider that we've got these citation numbers. Possible that those numbers mean something. And his extension, phone extension 301. I'm just going to note that in case we need it. And the codes are chapter 15, section 15. Okay. So let's go back to the website. That was our first document. And then, oh, graffiti that was seen. Whoa, look at this. She watches us watch. She watches us watch. That's creepy. This looks like a little underground hole, too. She watches us watch. Okay, I'm just going to write that down. She watches us watch. Doesn't sound like a clue. It just sounds creepy. Do you see anything else in this picture that could be relevant for us? Let's download it in case we want to zoom in on it. So she watches us watch with a drawing of a tree. Is there anyone in there? I almost don't want to look. That's too scary. Okay, I don't want something to jump out of there. I don't see anything else in the photo. But that's creepy. Okay. Going back to the website. Okay, so those are the two new items available on the web. Everything else is from before. Let's see if any of the forum, if anyone's posted any new forum posts. Are the new ones at the top? Are these new? Let me just see. If we scroll down, yeah, I think these are new. Let's see. If we click on past posts, are those the ones we read last week? Last box? Yes. Blair Witch Reel. Yes, these are the ones we read from our last session with the dinosaur. But now we've got all new posts. So every time we get a new box, a new game, we've got some new posts to read as well. Hey y'all, new fan here. I've been trying to convince my wife to get in on the super neutral fandom, but she just isn't budging. I'm definitely the believer of us too. I think she would really like James and his logical arguments, but every time I try to get her to listen to the show, she says it's just too much for her. She thinks the show is for whack jobs and weirdos. How do I prove her wrong? Thanks. Okay, took a while for James to convince me to look into this stuff too. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll come around if it's something you're really passionate about. I sure did. Ed and James have really helped me through some dark and difficult times in the past, so perhaps tell her that it's not just the cryptids that made us fans, but the people too. Is there an episode this week? I've been sick for the past few weeks. I've been playing catch up. Is there something I missed? Yeah, Super Neutrals in Burkittsville getting real proof of the Blair Witch. While they're on hiatus, you should listen to their guest hosts, Kristen and Sean. They're awesome. I'm solidly convinced that there isn't actually a witch there at all. What else would it be? Literally anything else? Weird disappearances happen all over the globe, even over water, and I doubt there are that many witches who know how to swim. There was a way to kill them. That was a way to kill them after all. Well, no one really knows what's supposedly happening in the woods. Oh, I've been thinking a lot about this for over the years, and what if it's not a witch, but like the woods themselves? There's this forest somewhere, I don't remember what it's called, that's supposed to be one giant living organism. It can even move around for better resources and such. Naturally, it takes years, but wouldn't it be really cool if it could move like that over the course of a day? Edit, I found it. It's Hando. Check it out if you haven't. Even outside all the cryptid stuff, it's really cool. That would be awesome, but if that were true, I think someone would have figured it out already, though. Hear me out. What if there is a witch, but it's taken the form of something else, someone else? Spooky, right? Yeah, real spooky. Isn't the simplest explanation that it's actually just a witch, though? Open your mind, Alice. Weird lines and markings. I'll be honest, usually I'm on the other side of the paranormal debate and would still consider myself to be more skeptical than not. However, I'm freaking out a little bit. This morning I woke up with these strange lines on my neck and chest, and before anyone says it's from the sheets, it's cold as hell where I live, and I was wearing a hoodie to bed. These lines went from the base of the right side of my chin and extended well past my pecs. They were a dark purple color, almost like a bruise, but unnatural. When I looked in the mirror, it loosely resembled an S, but barely. I would have taken a picture, but my phone was dead and the marks were gone by the time it came on again. Is this the sign of a curse or some other entity trying to tell me something? Thanks. You might want to call in a priest just to be certain. If there isn't one near you, read out the Lord's Prayer a few times or something. The angels are still there, though a demon may not be far behind. Dang, without a picture, it's really hard to know what exactly you're talking about. Yeah, I'll get it next time, if there is a next time. Real ghost, real conversation. All right, nerds. I think I take the cake when it comes to talking to ghosts. I already had a long-standing record using my little radio to do some scavenging in my area. I once found a haunted underground tunnel. But now I've had a full-fledged conversation with a ghost. So there's this rail station not too far from my flat, and I'd been scoping it out for a while, seeing if it's actually abandoned or not well managed. Well, turns out no one's used it in over 80 years. And the reason why is a terrible accident that happened there. Apparently the train derailed. And that means there's got to be quite a lot of paranormal activity there, right? I grabbed all my equipment today and ran down there as fast as I could. I set up shop and just listened for a good while. The static was weirdly rhythmic, so I pulled out my super neutral notebook, thanks Ed and James, to compare what I was hearing to Morse code. What I got was this. All right, so we need our Morse code, which is in here. Probably I should have put this notebook away. All right, so they've got some Morse code. Here's our Morse code translation, and I can't zoom in on this. Is that right? No, I can't. Okay, dot, dot, which is I, dot, dot, I, dot, dash, A, and the last one is dot, dash, 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 which is what? We don't have a dot. Oh, J. I-A-J? I assume their name is AJ. So I started talking to them. At first, it was just the same static noise. But after a bit, I'll save you the decoding. I heard hello, you there, and pal. I'm pretty sure we just became instant friends. That's so cool. You'll have to say hi for me. Will do. Watch for those who act friendly at first. The angels see all. SOS, calling all code breakers. Hi everyone, this is my first time posting, although I've been a lurker for many years. My two boys are big super neutral fans and love all things paranormal, plus anything to do with codes and ciphers. Speaking of which, I know some of y'all are really good with decoding and stuff, so I was hoping you could help me out. My son Josh is at college right now, and he often sends me videos on social media to keep in touch. The other day, he sent me something that had a caption with these letters, ROFLMAO. I'm wondering if this message is in code. I tried a Caesar cipher shift first because, to be honest, that's the only one I really know how to do. I should have listened to my dad when he talked about all that coding he did in the war. You're supposed to use a number to shift the letters, right? I used his age, 19, because I thought that would make the most sense. First, I decoded backwards by 19 and got blah. I thought maybe it was Eve Smith or Yvonne Smith, but I don't know anyone by that name. Then I decoded forward and got Kefta. Not much better. What did I mess up here? Wrong number? Help. Original poster. You did everything right, except that's not a Caesar shift. It's an internet acronym. ROFLMAO stands for rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. Oh, okay. Thanks. Are some people special? Here's our last post on the forum. Nessie to Nosferatu. Last weekend, I went with my cousin to help him scope out a venue for his wedding. The place they wanted was a haunted cathedral just outside town, and the wife's family is extremely religious. So they wanted us to hire a priest to cleanse the area of any negative energies. When we got there, the priest was nowhere to be found. My cousin went to go look for the priest while I waited by the pulpit. He disappeared in a back room for a few minutes, came out confused, then all of a sudden got this look, pale as a ghost himself. Without saying a word, he just took me by the arm and pulled me out of the cathedral. As soon as we got in the car, he started yelling at me and asking why I didn't say anything. Apparently, the priest was standing at the organ, only maybe 10 feet away from me, just staring at nothing, but I didn't see anything. Later, we found out the priest we were supposed to meet had died the day prior in his home on the property. To be honest, I'm pretty upset I didn't see him. How is it possible my cousin could see him and I couldn't, even though I'm the believer of the two of us? What makes him so special? Your cousin's 100% lying. Maybe you didn't cross the threshold. You should be thankful. You have no idea if the spirit had good intentions or not. All right, so I think that's probably all the new information that's on the website for us. We've got a couple more things that were in the box that weren't explained where they came from, though. Maybe this is the investigators or the person's, maybe this is Ed's notes. All right, let's take a look at this and see what we make of this. EVP, electronic voice phenomena, messages from beyond, ghosts in electronics. That time we spoke to two ghosts in the ninth grade. James denies it, of course. Where were we? Gettysburg. Idea for a minisode? Interview Becca too. She heard it. Emma and Ray, picking up strange signals too, told them to record. James didn't hear it when we talked, suggested radio interference. What if you're in a place with no signal at all? He said he must have wandered through one a couple times, couldn't get to me. Had the walkie with me the entire time. Investigator bias, not with you on the case. Phantom words. Pareidolia, like a face in your morning breakfast, but auditory. Does it matter if it's based solely on our perception? What if that's the only way to get through to us? People see puppy dogs in clouds, faces in leaves on trees. Cool though, look into Dutch. Burkittsville radio tower station, same one crew saw. Has to be, only one. Should be usable. People in town should be able to tell me more. And what's he written here? Glitching on recorder. All right, so he's hearing some glitching noise on his recorder. Maybe we heard it too, but we didn't make sense of it. What does it decode to? Looks like Morse code is T I T I G O dot dot dash is a U, and then T T I G O U T. Okay. Switching on the recorder. Take out. Okay. It is take out, right? Yep. Okay. Next page. He's drawn a map. There's the radio tower. but it's also an electronics map. Like, I don't know my electronics too well, but we've got a diagram of a switch. Service road by foot or pass through the Lindsay's yard. Pete Anderson, same as the access road. He doesn't know who works there anymore or why someone would want to. Heebie-jeebies, tell me about it. Plenty of people to ask on Grigg Street. Old guy on porch, Robert Gillard, old Rob, walked into the woods, used to run the station. Did he run away? Or question mark? No one knows. Still missing. Couldn't take the pressure of running the tower anymore. Maybe that's the old man we're supposed to meet. Waylon Bradley runs the tower now, takes extra precautions when closing at night to be safe. What does this mean? Didn't answer. I think I know. He used to work for Rob with a young lady. A Waylon Bradley used to work for Rob with a young lady. Talked to the Scotts. Sisters went missing too. Live just out of town. No time to visit. Circle back later. Okay, but this is a circuit of some sort. Okay. James out of snacks, food in the van, extra in bag in case I find him first. Bored kids on Main Street, nothing to do. Tower's a famous prank spot. Kids challenge each other to climb up alone and to stay below alone. Checks with Emma's research. This better not be a prank, Ed. Cool. Good talk, Ray. Don't act like you're not enjoying alone time in the woods with Emma. Kids, ding dong witch, Waylon. He's mean anyway. 3 years ago, a kid got so freaked out by the old man's place, he ran home crying and screaming. No one saw what scared him. Ghost of Robert or Maria? The Lindsays, the old man, Waylon, always comes through their yard carrying some big toolbox or something. They hear his clanging coming from the trees every night. Every night? Question mark. So I guess these are Ed's notes, the person who's been talking with us. And then what is this? Private investigator filed December 11th, 1984. This is quite a while ago. Who gave this to us? I, Matthew Yates, was hired by Harriet Gillard to investigate the disappearance of her husband, Robert Gillard, into the woods surrounding the town of Burkittsville, Maryland. As part of my investigation, I traveled to Burkittsville to meet Mrs. Gillard, visit Robert's last known location, and interview his colleagues, friends, and family. Okay, so Harriet wrote us this note. She says about how her husband went crazy, went into the woods, was trying to keep the town safe, has given us keys and actuator, though we don't know what this actuator she's talking about is. And she says one tired old man. Okay, so here's the backstory on Harriet's husband. Okay, Robert, who is this Robert, I guess, who used to run, Robert Gillard, the old man, used to run the radio station. Okay, so here's his backstory. I spoke with Mrs. Gillard at their residence on December 5, 1984. According to her, on the day her husband disappeared, November 19, 1984, he left home around 5:45 to report to his workplace, a radio station on the edge of the Black Hills forest. Robert was normally tasked with bringing the tower back to a fully operational state early each morning, since the facility would remain closed with power reduced during the night. Mrs. Gillard informed me that on this particular day, her husband never returned from his shift. I asked whether Mrs. Gillard had noticed any changes in her husband's behavior or schedule during the weeks before his disappearance. She mentioned that until recently, he always came home well before sundown. As the winter sunset came earlier and earlier, he began to return later and later after dark. During the interview, Mrs. Gillard appeared to be overly cautious of someone surveilling her. She'd constructed an improvised Faraday cage inside her house. Her walls were covered in a foil that she claimed would prevent outside forces from hearing us. Every window on the far side of the first floor, facing the forest, had a plank of plywood screwed to it to block the line of sight. She explained that her husband had always been a cautious person. She told me how he grew up in Burkittsville and knew the stories about a local figure called the Blair Witch. Mrs. Gillard made several statements telegraphing her own belief in a witch or some other restless entity in the woods, imploring me not to venture into the woods at night for my own safety. When I expressed confidence in my abilities, she proceeded to blame everything from the massacre of a search party to a known serial killer on the alleged witch's influence, and made me promise her I would do no such thing. It is unclear whether Harriet's views stem from mere superstition, eccentricity, or some sort of pathology. But for her sanity, I promised and I kept my word. Mrs. Gillard gave me the names of Robert's co-workers, his closest relatives in town, and the deputy who initially responded to her call. Okay, and then he's following up with these people. On December 6th, I went to the police department to speak with Deputy Emmett Lanning. He confirmed Mrs. Gillard's version of events, offered no further information. When asked about her preoccupation with the Blair Witch, he refused to comment. Okay, so we've run into Lanning or Lanning's descendant. That's not clear to me, the deputy. Okay, here are the co-workers, we were told. And remember, Wayland took over when this guy Robert disappeared, and Maria Scott is the woman who also worked there. Later that same day, I visited the radio tower where Robert worked with two others, Wayland Bradley and Maria Scott. The tower itself was in a great state of disrepair. Most notably, the ceiling in the control room had developed some sort of leak, not of water, but a strange, unidentifiable mucus that threatened to collapse on top of the electrical equipment. Due to the humidity from the leak, the control room smelled heavily of mold, and several plants were growing in the cracks of the walls. As Wayland gave me a tour of the building, I asked him about the work environment and how well the three co-workers got along. Wayland explained that when he first started working there, Robert was an enthusiastic, albeit strange man who would always look out for him. He recalled how he and Maria would poke fun at Robert's eccentricities, but still share a laugh with him on the job. However, several weeks before Robert's disappearance, these eccentricities appeared to take an ominous turn. Wayland explains some of the bizarre precautions Robert instated at the tower. These measures included leaving certain lights on or off for extended periods, replacing parts long before they needed repair, and checking the windows on the northwest side 3 or more times a day. In recent weeks, Robert had threatened both Wayland and Maria when they failed to perform these tasks to Robert's increasingly exacting standards. Robert also began building small piles of rocks throughout the control room, which he demanded Maria and Wayland leave intact. However, despite Robert's warning to his co-workers, he would frequently take them apart himself, only to rebuild them again a few hours later. This cycle seemed to continue without end. According to Wayland, on the evening of Robert's disappearance, Robert sent Wayland home early, around 4:40 p.m., after accusing him of altering one of these rock structures. Maria remained at the tower with Robert. They'd been staying late together a lot recently, Wayland informed me. I attempted to get Maria's side of the situation, but it was very challenging to keep her focus. As we spoke, her eyes seemed to gaze through me. She often stared out of the window toward the woods and occasionally muttered answers to questions I had not yet asked. When I asked about her relationship with Robert and how frequently they stayed at the tower after work, she seemed on the verge of tears. He walked into the woods and went straight to her, she said. When I asked Maria to clarify this statement, she became inconsolable and refused to speak to me any further. Interview with Rhonda Gillard. On my third day in Burkittsville, I reached out to Rhonda Gillard, Robert's younger cousin, who lives on the outskirts of town. She mentioned that Robert had been considered an odd duck by the rest of the family, and that the honeymoon must have been over with Harriet. Besides these generalities, she did not have anything to add to the investigation. The next morning, I learned that Maria Scott had not returned home from work after speaking to me at the radio tower. Interview with Ezra Scott. I visited Maria's husband, Ezra, immediately upon learning of her disappearance. Mirroring Mrs. Gillard's statement, he described Maria spending more time at the radio tower over the past several weeks. When I brought up her strange mannerisms during her interview, Ezra seemed surprised. She never acted like that at home, he said. After hearing of Maria's odd behavior on the day of her disappearance, Ezra seemed convinced that his wife had fallen victim to the supposed Blair witch. He became uncooperative and was reluctant to answer any more questions, speaking at length about his certainty that Maria had been snatched up by that thing in the woods. Before I left the Scott residence, I did, however, confirm with Ezra that Maria had arrived home at 5:02 p.m. the day Robert went missing, roughly 20 minutes after Wayland left the tower. This short window makes it unlikely she was somehow involved in his disappearance. In the following weeks, searches of the woods for signs of either Maria or Robert proved unfruitful, according to the Burkittsville Sheriff's Department. It is my suspicion that Robert Gillard and Maria Scott are both alive and well, having eloped after being engaged in an extramarital affair. The results of this investigation suggest that Robert disappeared into the woods of his own free will, after which Maria joined him on the day I interviewed her. It's unclear as to whether it is a coincidence or prudent planning that the spouses left behind both largely blame their disappearances on a local legend, though the prospect may be surprising to those who know them best. It is highly likely Maria and Robert are living together in another city while their distressed spouses grieve in Burkittsville. Okay, that seems like a logical thing for a PI to conclude, but it's pretty creepy. All right. We need to take a break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll build this cabin and start to work on the radio tower puzzle. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's check in with the chat here. Actuator is a component of a machine that produces force, also used in electronics. Pareidolia is the phenomena in which people see faces or other patterns in ambiguous images, such as Jesus on toast and the man in the moon. Anna has come by. Marcos is the circuit that we noticed here. Let's do it this way. So this little diagram about with the where the radio tower is in the forest, which is clearly an electronic circuit, Marco is giving us what it is. Marco says this is the symbol for a battery. That sounds right. And then variable impedance resistor. I think this is the resistor here. This is a resistor. I'm not sure what this is. This looks like capacitor and actuator, I guess. Maybe this is the actuator? Battery, there's resistor, there's capacitor. I don't know what this is. Anyway, let's remind ourselves what we're trying to solve here. The name of the missing part. So we're told in the radio tower there's a part missing. There's a wires and then a gap between the control panel and the broadcast tower. The wires just end. All right. So, and then these pieces here, creepy. These pieces here we're told were left on the tower. Let's read this again. All right, let's see. So they got lost. He's hoping the tower will help him communicate. Whoever works there messed with the board in some real weird ways. Everything looks heavily rewired. I'm not sure who did it. They seem to leave a strange calling card, that punch out cabin I sent. Has to be a clue. It says, okay, well, let's punch out this cabin and see if it does hold a clue for us. Organize our stuff a little more. Okay. Oh, I see something on this. Can you see those words? Yeah, look. All hope shifts to despair in the woods. It's not like if you look straight on, you don't see it. It shines. All hope shifts to despair in the woods. Any other messages elsewhere? No. Okay. Well, looks like we might need to tape this together. What about this one? Any words on this one? No. There was a little punch out though, or door. some slots. Some slots here. I'm not sure how this is going to give us a clue, though. I mean, other than this part, all hope shifts to despair in the woods. I mean, that's creepy. I'm not sure how that helps us, though. Okay, got little pieces. Like little bay windows. All right. Well, I guess it wants us to assemble this. I may need to get some, and I do have tape. Let's see, though, basically, it assembles like this. This is our basic box. And then we've got some pieces that attach to some of the windows. I mean, I do have some tape, I suppose. I can do some taping. So this tape I have is removable double-sided tape, which has the benefit of being removable. The downside of being sometimes it just unsticks on its own. But hopefully we can get this to work well enough. Okay, so there's our little house. I mean, it's just pretty cool. It does make it feel a little more real. Okay, and now we've got some bay window type things. Let's see. It looks like this one probably goes on here like this. And then maybe it's got a two-part thing. This is the roof of it. Or like this. Makes sense. Okay, so I think these are for this bay window here. And then we've got a little eave that goes above this door. And I think that'll be it. Okay, fairly straightforward. I guess we might as well assemble it. It is a little creepy. It does make it feel a little more real. See if we can. there's a hole to punch out. It's not a hole in the roof to punch out. It's slits for these two things to go into. I'm just building this little thing first. Oh. Okay, so this, as I said, using nice permanent tape would be maybe a little bit better, but let's see if we can't do this now without disconnecting everything. So we've got two slits in the roof that these two slits have to go through. A little. Oh. I wonder if we can't make these a little wider. That's my knife. There's one and there's two. Okay. So there's our little eave there. And then we've got, I'm not sure why we need this, but we're in for a penny. We might as well be in for a pound here. Okay, so our last little piece is above the door, like this. So let's do the same trick that worked for us over there. Widen this without cutting ourselves. There's one. There's two. Okay. So there's our little 3D house cabin. DJ Moneycut says that looks like the house from the first movie to me. And the question then is, can we look through it and see? I mean, I think what's going to happen is we're going to look through it and see that message that we already saw. So it doesn't feel like it's going to be anything new. But where is that message? Yeah, the message is on this wall here. So if you look through here, presumably you'll see the message that we saw. So if we shine a flashlight, is that where it is? Yes. All right. So, I mean, I guess theoretically, if you look through here, then you see the back wall, which is, I don't know if you could see it anymore, but we already saw it. All hope shifts to despair in the woods. I don't see any other message. And our house is going to come apart a little bit. All right, but so I don't think there's any real clue here, but maybe in the future. But it is kind of fun. All right, well, let's write down that message that we already found, though. All hope shifts to despair in the woods. Is that, in fact, what it said? All hope shifts to despair in the woods. Okay, that is what it says. It's a shame our little house is coming apart. I'll have to use better tape. We want to use this between sessions. All right. So there's our cabin where the witch lives. Our house is coming apart a little bit. All right. Not much of a clue in there, though, other than what we could read. It feels like we didn't really need to build that, but who knows? Maybe it is going to be relevant. Is shifts to despair a clue for a future cipher? That's not a bad idea. All all hope shifts to despair. Okay, well, we'll worry about that when we come across it. We still don't know what to do with this key. And we still don't know what the part is. But we do have 3 more pieces of evidence. All right, let's put the house. Maybe we can put the house behind me here. There, you can see it behind me. Pretty cool. Okay, so let us look at these radio station documents. Maybe we'll start with this big poster, which is pretty cool looking. Okay, notice the sign, not just in my head, but not unreal. Excessive exposure to infrasound or diffuse opium found in and around the radio tower may cause visual and auditory hallucinations. As the investigation of this possible hazard is ongoing, workers are advised to use caution and familiarize themselves with the symptoms described below. Overtime is temporarily suspended. Shifts will be limited to 8 hours until further notice. Okay, notice the signs. Olfactory phenomena such as perceiving sudden strange odors got changed to orders. That's creepy. Horripilation, hair standing on end. Crawling sensation under the skin. It's too late. She's inside. Changes in perceived temperature. Acute nervousness or anxiety. Auditory phenomena such as unexplainable sounds or voices. Who is it? Visual disturbances such as seeing strange lights or figures. And then we've got lots of counting hash marks. Metallic taste in mouth. Sensation of flying or floating. It's a pretty cool poster. If symptoms occur, panic. Call your supervisor 911 immediately. Seen, saw, will see again. Stay put, wait for help to arrive. Do not attempt to return to your residence or search for assistance alone. No, 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 no. Someone will come to relieve you as soon as possible. Who? This doesn't feel like it's got clues in it. It's just very creepy. Anything on the back? No. Doesn't feel like this has got clues. It just feels very creepy. All right, let me fold this up. for now. This feels like it might have more clues. All right, what have we got here? Communications log. Clock in, clock in, clock in. So these may be different days. The band, clock in and clock out. All looks like same handwriting. Ranger quality CQ. What is CQ? Check-in rest. Dancing lights. West side machinery shut down. Red light stays on. Distance, insist, resist, fixed. These are things. Now they're breathing. We've got a circuit here. Static unclear voices. Go home. Found Peter's cap. Tower is radio. Off frequency off. Will take this my life. Not you. Get my this, my this. Ranger CQ, check in rest. Interrupted 3 voices, very noisy. Static, where James? Listens, them lost, want, wait, me, help, minutes long, 2, 5, 2, 4, they, there to she. Channel quiet, but still working. Voice heard through harsh static, bullets with me, fixed. Silence is all made clear. Lights flickered. The chat is trying to get me to mention the tally marks. Yes, I did see the tally marks here, but I don't know how to make any sense of them. But yes, perhaps if we have need of numbers from 1 to 5, 3, 5, 5, 2, 5, 5, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. I'm not sure how that can be useful to us, but it's possible. Going back through here, this looks like someone is recording weird occurrences. Voices heard through harsh static. Bullets with me. Lights flickered. Broadcast stable. Needs 2 to fix. We've got some Morse code here. Nothing's changed since Maria. Don't fall for it. Ranger CQ. Check and rest. And then on the back, we've got more Morse code and a little map. She stopped. Why did she stop? My fault. Our fault. The trees, they lie. He left here, he left me here, he left me here, he left her here. I wonder if this is Maria making these notes. We're told Maria left at like 5 o'clock. All right, well, let's decode this Morse code that we've got several incidences of. So I'm going to write that this is the communications log. And this is front lower Morse code. All right, where's our Morse code book? All right, dot, dot, dot is S, and then 4 dots is H, and then one dot is E. She, where's my cube? I can follow along. She, next word looks like 4 dots by itself. H dot dash A dash dot dot is going to be she had, next word, that was dash dot dot, okay. Next word is just a dash, which is T, and then 3 dashes, which is O. She had to dash dash dot D. Hope this doesn't say die. D. Oh, she had to do. Okay. She had to do. All right, let's decode the one back here. This is a longer message. Okay. So then we have back. All right. I wonder if we could just scan this and do it. Let's just do it here while we're here. Okay. Okay. Dot dash dash. W and 3 dashes. O. O. Gonna be a D. S. Woods. Let's see if I can do this in a way that doesn't mess up everything. Okay. Woods. Okay. Dot dash dash is our W. Dot dash A dash is T. This is going to be C and H. Woods watch. And then our next word is here. Dot dash dash, which I can't find. W. W O O D S. Woods. Woods watch. Woods. Dot dash dot dot. L I L I H L I H T E. That can't be right. Woods watch, woods listen. Okay, well that's been a, let's just make sure S is dot 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 LIST. Okay. Woods watch, woods listen. That's been a theme of this whole story so far, that the woods are watching and listening. Okay, well, that's creepy, but it's not an answer to our puzzle of what piece is missing. And there's a lot of details here. I'm not sure how to make any sense of them. But we have this training manual. This does seem like the most likely piece of evidence to help us answer our question of what piece is missing. Welcome to the team, Waylon. Glad to have you on board. Okay, Rob is our person who went missing. He's given this to Waylon, the new director of the radio tower. Let's see what we've got here. Thank you for choosing the Wison Lex 114 broadcast transmitter. The Lex 114 is sturdy, powerful machinery that is, when installed and maintained properly, sure to remain trouble-free for years to come. Installation of your Lex 114 must be done by a licensed professional. This reference guide is solely designed to assist you with the everyday maintenance and operation of the Lex 114 after installation. In addition to general operational procedures, the guide includes handy reference pages on the NATO phonetic alphabet and troubleshooting solutions. Please read this guide thoroughly before operating your device. If you seek information not covered in this guide, please refer to the full instructional manual supplied with receipt of the product and/or contact the nearest authorized distributor. Information provided in this guide is subject to change over time, does not represent a commitment on the part of Wison. Furthermore, Wison does not assume liability for loss or damage caused by errors, regardless of whether such issues arise from negligence, accident, or any other cause. No part of this manual may be redistributed, printed, or copied without explicit written permission from Wison. Okay. So here's our phonetic alphabet, NATO phonetic alphabet. So in other words, if you want to communicate the word now, N-O-W, you would say Alpha Bravo Whiskey. No, sorry, November Oscar Whiskey, N-O-W. And that's a way of transmitting information so that it's harder for someone to mishear. And then numbers, you just say the number. All right, so if we see some written word or hear these words, it could be a code being spelled out. If this is your first time operating your Lex 114, or if a substantial amount of time has passed since the device was last in use, check the inside of the device for missing components before any voltage is applied. Ensure all of the following are true. Okay, this sounds like it's up our alley. All tubes are located in their appropriate sockets. There are no tie-down straps or foreign materials used during shipping on the inside of the device. Wiring is secure. There are no broken solder connections. All components that may have been removed for shipping have been reinstalled correctly. All bolts and screws have been brought down securely in place by hand. The device is well grounded and is tied to the main ground. At least 2-inch copper strap recommended. In the event that your device is installed on an upper floor of a building, pay particular attention to the grounding of the equipment. Additional grounding measures can boost performance and lower infrasound output. Always turn the device off before working inside. See the turning off the device section for more information. Okay. Turning on the device. Flip the switch labeled filament control. A green and red light will filament and plate respectively will come on as the device warms up. Once warmed, the red light will blink out. Check back wiring first. So I do want to note that red light stay on. So they're clocking in, clock in, back 1 meter. Okay. Once warm, the red light will blink out. And then here it says the red light stayed on. So it feels like there are some problems that might be being described in the log. Check back wiring first. Set the plate switch to on position. A green light will appear at the top right of the device, signaling that you are live on the air. Check the meters to ensure proper tuning. The following meters can be adjusted by knobs of the same name. So you can adjust the filament voltage, which should read under or around 10 volts. So look, filament voltage should read 10 volts. Look at this diagram. This looks like filament voltage is 25 volts. That's how I read this. So that seems like it's wrong. Plate current should read under 400 milliamps. Okay. RF line current should read around 3.5 amps. Plate voltage should read exactly 2000 volts. Finer tuning can be achieved with the PA voltage tuner. Turning off the device, press and hold the blue button labeled neutral until the green light in the top right shuts off. Flip the plate switch and filament control into the off positions. Allow the device to cool at least 25 minutes before handling. Unplug device when closing up for the night. Warning, internal components are fragile. Avoid disassembly whenever possible. Call a Wistron representative to handle substantial repairs. Do not work inside of the device while it is live. Extremely high voltage can and will result in electric shock if improperly handled. Common issues: excessive static. Ensure there's no improper meter adjustment or bad tuning. Live green light does not come on. Turn off the device. Check the right side panel for the emergency switch. Components are missing. Call an authorized Wistron distributor immediately if under warranty. Call me first. Some components have to be removed for maintenance and other circumstances. We're trying to figure out what component was removed. What? How? Okay. Health and safety warnings. If you have a pacemaker or other electrical medical device, consult your doctor before interacting with this product. Unless you are a trained professional, never try to dismantle the device as it may cause short circuits. Using components from unlicensed third parties and vendors can cause complications, will void your warranty. Keep the device in a well-ventilated, temperature-controlled area to prevent wear and tear. Do not use in areas where there are explosive hazards or excessive heat or moisture. No waiting around after dark, especially alone. All right, well, this is the second time in this game that we're in a pretty cool position of having looked at all the documents and been unsure how to proceed. All right, well, the chat may have some thoughts, but I'm not going to look at them yet. I want to think about this for myself for a minute here. I mean, this is our biggest clue. This little circuit. but it's a very weird situation because the instructions say that someone's messed with the circuit. There's a piece missing. I traced the wiring. Everything looks like it's connected until suddenly there's a gap between the control panel and the broadcast tower itself. The wires just end. I need another pair of eyes. Can you help me figure out what piece is missing? I gathered up a few items we might be able to use to get it into working order, which I guess is this document. When you've got the name of the missing part, send it to me. So our job is to find the name of the missing part. The name of the missing part. Turning on the device. A green and red light, which is the filament and the plate, will come on as it warms up. Once warmed, the red light will blink out. Set the switch plate to the on position. A green light will appear at the top right of the device, signaling you are alive on the air. Check the meters, tune the band, plate switch and filament control into off positions. Components are missing. Call me first. So Robert wants to be called first if components are missing. I mean, so I can't imagine it would really require us to understand a circuit. But I wonder. How interesting. So I've pointed out that the one thing I see from the circuit that looks interesting is that the filament voltage should read under or around 10 volts. Any higher and the vacuum tubes could burn out or cause electric shock. So to me, it feels like perhaps this diagram is telling us that the filament voltage is higher than it should be. The vacuum tubes could burn out or cause electric shock. Does that mean as simple as saying that we think it's the vacuum tubes that have burned out because the filament voltage is too high? Plate current should read under 400 milliamps, RF line current 3 amps. Check back wiring first. Unplug device when closing up for the night. Is it really? It feels like there should be more information, more device. Let me see. The nice thing is we've got a list here. So here are the items that should be in here: letter, notepad, keychain, private eye report, signs and symptoms poster, training manual, radio tower log. So that's everything. How did this help us? How strange. Maybe the chat has figured out, but I am at a loss, which is good. So I'm not going to look at the chat. You guys have solved things too quickly for my tastes. Let me look at the writing on here again. It's very strange. Flip the switch, a green and red light will come on. Once warmed, the red light will blink out. And here we have on the log that the red light stayed on. Check back wiring first. Oh, confusing to me. It feels like okay. So I've hid what you truly need from the wood's eyes. These keys, but there's no key, just a key ring. This actuator, and we don't know what she's talking about, actuator. and one old man. How strange. We've got messages. Says all hope shift to despairs. Tig out, glitching on the recorder. This was from our forum post. Shouldn't be related to our case. So look at this. Look at these. Look at these things. First of all, distance, insist, resist, fix. That sounds like it's a mention of the resistor. And then here, found Peter's cap. That sounds like it's a reference to the capacitor. But boy, it just seems unlikely to me that this is going to require you to understand how to fix this circuit. But if this is this, and this is this, doesn't quite make sense. Let me read the rest of this again. Wiring first. How strange. Need two to fix. Two people to fix. Shouldn't have let her go. I've hid what you truly need from the wood's eyes. These keys, this actuator, and one tired old man. What actuator are you talking about? We didn't get a document in. We didn't get. We didn't get a document here. All right, well, let's consider possible answers here, though they definitely do not seem right. But one possibility. So, one possibility in terms of how to find the answer is that this is telling us how to check it when we turn it on, and then some items have to be removed. Unplug device when closing up. So you could imagine that one way to solve this is it's telling us how the machine should behave when everything's working. So the green and red light should come on and then blink out. The red light blinks out, the green light stays on, and then the meters should show these readings. So one idea would be to look in the log at what's broken. So is it possible that what we're looking at here is these clock-ins are at the different days, right? So you can see the clock-in happens, and then they get to the end of the day, and then the next day clocks in, end of the day, new day. So the clock-in starts each new day. So are we looking at the idea that on this day, the red light stayed on? Was it the resistor? And then they fixed it, so that's not an issue anymore. On the next day, back 1 meter. I don't know what that means. Radio off frequency. Then we have a next day clock in. And it's clear. Don't know what that means, but it's still working. And then fixed. Balance is all made clear. Band and power. Lights flickered, broadcaster stable. Then it says needs 2 to fix. Don't really understand. Then we get the Morse code. That was the Morse code that said she had to go. Plate current should read under 400 milliamps. And here, is this trying to tell us that it's at 460? It's too high. We don't know how to fix any of these or what that means. How strange. All right, so let's think though about possible forms of answers. One form of the answer is just to say it's the actuator that's missing because that's what Harriet tells us she's providing us. That's a weird kind of answer. The second answer is that it's a circuit piece that the diagram tells us somehow, comparing this versus our forest diagram. I don't know exactly how to answer that. And then third simplistic answer is just to pick up that this is filament voltage. That should be under 10. Any higher, and the vacuum tubes could burn out. So another answer is to assume that it's the vacuum tubes. But boy, that just doesn't seem like there's so much here, and yet I don't know how to answer the question. All right, the light keeps coming on. People want me desperately to look at the chat. I'm going to look at it and see if you're spoiling this puzzle for me. Okay, so I see the chat and I see a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't work for me, doesn't make sense to me. So anyone who's in the chat who thinks you have something to contribute, please rewrite it in a way that's clearer. Meanwhile, I will go back to thinking about this. I've hid what you truly need from the wood's eyes. And then she writes, these keys, this actuator, and one tired old man. These keys. So maybe what the chat was trying to suggest is that the keys, this is key 011 or key 11. So is the idea that this is a cipher key? And one tired old man. So this actuator. What was the Caesar cipher shift with these keys? Shift of 20. Or does it say 20? 10, 11. So you could make the case that this Caesar cipher shift for her message is 11. But then it's not giving us any other information then. These keys, this actuator, is this the actuator? I mean, I suppose one possibility, as we've written down, is that the answer to the missing part is the actuator. That's a very weird thing, though. All right. DJ Moneykin says, I know how to read the words in the boxes on the communication log, but I don't know how useful it is. To read the words in the boxes on the log, last word, first word, second to last word, second word. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'll try again. I don't know what the first word in the log would be. I don't know what the last word in the log would be, but you could try again if you think it means something. Maybe this is the actuator. But still, it's a weird. I suppose we could try to put it to try to answer it. It just doesn't seem like it would make any sense that the answer is actuator, but we can try it rather than spend hours talking about it if it happens to be that. All right, let's just see. Maybe it'll give us a clue or some clarification when I try to use it. All right, so if we say to send a message, it doesn't even say what it's about. Okay. So the instruction is when you've got the name of the missing part, send it to me. All right, I'm going to put actuator. Let's see what happens. The actuator, yeah, that's got to be it. I'm looking at this thing right now, and I think I can still access the control panel if I reroute the power. Hang on a second. Got it. Now, if I remember correctly, I can adjust the frequency range with the control panel, but it looks like Wayland took it out. It's probably controlled by computer now, which means I might be able to plug in with my laptop. Good thing I brought an adapter. Hang on. We're in business. Everything is loaded on my end, and I've set up a way for you to access the interface here so that you can boost the signal. I'll be here when you figure it out, and we'll contact the crew together. All right, I guess now we're going to get the interface that's going to let us play with stuff. But so all of that information, and it was in fact the simplest, most straightforward answer that we considered. It just seems pretty odd since she said it exactly. That's just, it seems very, very weird. Very weird thing. And then it seems like this whole thing about this key was meant to give us the Caesar cipher thing, which I figured out without needing a number. It seems to refer to the key. That's a very weird choice. Okay, well, that's why we try the easy thing first, but I guess we could have tried that an hour ago. All right, now that I'm a little less irritated, let me see. The jumbled up words that are outlined on the right side of the log. Okay, well, I didn't even notice that. Okay, so DJ is saying that if you look at these statements that don't make sense, is tower, is radio off, frequency off, will this take my life? He's saying that what we do is we read it like, this is my tower, this is my radio, get off my frequency, get off, you will not take me, this is my life. That's pretty creepy. Okay, this is my tower, you will not take me, this is my, get off my frequency. Okay, and then this one is, she listens to them, they're lost, they wait for me to help. 5 minutes too long. Okay, that is pretty cool. It's interesting that we saw a cipher very similar, a code very similar in another game we played very recently. I'm not sure I ever would have thought to decode these, and I would just have thought they were weird and creepy. Okay, so that's good. I'm glad you stuck with that. All right. So it seems like now the next step might be now more interesting interaction with this component here. Yes. Okay. Now it's the more involved part that's having to do with this and this. All right. So all the thinking we were trying to work through here and here, which we thought must have to do with answering this question, was all not important for this actuator question, because it's not that that ended the box. We've actually got an interactive control thing here. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, and then I guess we'll do that, and that'll be the final puzzle here. Maybe. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. A little bit of wasted time there trying to overthink the puzzle, but now we're at the point where we're going to actually try to fix the radio. Look at that 3D model of the witch's house behind me. That's pretty effective. All right, we're down to 13 viewers. That's all right. So we've put in the actuator, and now we have this device in front of us. Let's take a look at it. Let me see if it's any better or worse. Horizontal. It's a completely different layout. If I do it horizontally or vertically, not sure what's easier to see, but okay. So what have we got here? We've got a display of filament voltage, display of plate current, and we can change the plate current, we can change the filament voltage on the left. On the right, we have volume, plate switch. We have a couple of sliders, RF line current, and we've got some meters, plate current meter, plate voltage meter. Okay, well, these all look like they're basically just need to be set according to our manual here. So let's see what we've got here. Check the meters to ensure proper tuning. Okay, so here's how you turn it on. Flip the plate switch labeled filament control. Okay, so plate switch labeled filament control. Flip the switch labeled filament control. Okay, so let's just follow the instructions. First, filament control comes on. Let's try it and see what happens. Okay, filament control comes on. Both lights came on, then the red light went off. That's what it says. It says once it's warmed up, the red light will go off. It'll blink, and then the green light. That's what we saw. Set the plate switch to the on position. Okay, plate switch on. All right. Green light will appear at the top right of the device, signaling you're on the air. Now, it says, once it's on, the following meters can be adjusted by knobs. The filament voltage should be around 10 volts. So look what we've got here: 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this should actually be at, no, at 10. Okay. Plate voltage should be under 400 milliamps. Plate voltage. No, plate current. Plate current should be under 400 milliamps. Plate current, well, I mean, it is under 400, but it looks like we may need to mess with this. Sorry, we may need to mess with this anywhere between under 400. Well, that's too high, but anything here might work. Okay, RF line current should read 3.5 amps. RF line current should read 3.5. Okay, so this needs to go down. .5, okay. Plate voltage should be exactly 2000. All right. Oh, that's too high. Plate voltage should read exactly 2000. Finer tuning can be achieved with the PA voltage tuner. I see. This is like a multimeter. We're going to turn it. We're going to turn it. All right. So basically this needs to go down to 0. And now we can get up to 5,000 this way, I believe. No, can't quite get up to 5,000 with this. What about? No, that's 6,000. What about? Huh. This feels like we should be able to get it up to 5,000 at the highest setting here. Why is that not? 0 plus 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Oh, 2,000. Sorry, not 5,000. That's the answer then. Okay. So in other words, it's 0 plus 2,000. That's how we get this to exactly 2,000. Okay. And then tune the band to the desired frequency. I see. That's going to be where we're going to hear something. So let's see. Have we got everything set? No, don't do that. Don't do that. So it reloaded the page, and now we've got to do this whole thing again. That's ridiculous. Okay. Too late. It's too late. Maybe I could have gone forward. That's ridiculous. Okay. So this, this has to be done again. This comes on, filament voltage up to exactly 10, around 10. Plate current could be anything under 400. RF line current around 3.5. And then plate voltage exactly 2000. Okay. Now, just whatever you do, don't drag down on this page or it will reload. All right, so volume is probably just actual volume. It sounds like we just need to tune the band to the desired frequency. Check all lights read green before commit. Okay, so all of our lights are green, right? We're all good to go. So the only thing we get to do now is set the frequency. But let's see, just click. Okay. So we get green here and here. And then let's see about this one. Green, green. Okay, so we've got 2 settings on each. So 4 possible settings. Okay, both here is valid. Here and here are valid. And then vice versa is valid. And then here is valid. Okay, so we've got 4 possibilities for our frequencies that are either 5s or 10s. Obviously, we could just try them. But here's our band and mode. So, and let's just see something for a second. The one thing we were told can be varied is plate current. I just want to see if we change the plate current, does that change these little frequencies here? No. So it's not important. That nothing goes red when this is wrong. Kind of weird. All right, well, I guess we won't worry about that for now. But now let's look at this here. Is there a way for us? Is there something more interesting about the voices? 3 voices, very noisy. Band mode 7115. Well, let's not overthink it like we did with the actuator thing. Let's just put on our headphones in case there's audio and try those 4 possibilities. Although it may not be 4 possibilities because we really can mess with the plate current. which just has to be under 400. So let's try it. So let's try both of these at 10. Maybe we'll take some notes here. All right, I'm going to try 10 and 10. Here on the right-hand side, I'll take myself off so you can see. Okay, let's click commit and see what happens. Doesn't seem right. Okay. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Okay, well, maybe it's more interesting than we thought. All right, let's just check our baseline stuff. The green lights are all on. So volume, we can do what we want with, but that seems like it's going to be just volume in general. Okay, filament voltage should be under or around 10 volts. So that seems like that's exactly where it should be. Plate current should be under 400. That's the part that we've got some freedom about. RF line should be 3.5. That's what it is. Plate voltage should be exactly 2000, which is what it is. It looks like it's a little bit higher than the 2, but I don't think that's right. I think, your only choices here are 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. Okay, and so that has to be on the 0. So troubleshooting, excessive static, while green light components are missing. Okay, I think this is all right, but we do have, so even though we can see the different signals, this feels like what it should be here. Let me see, the blue line by itself only happens like this. This feels like this is the right answer. Let's click. No. Is there... So this one we have some freedom about. Let's try some different settings here. And then we'll stop guessing and try to make sense of this. All right, so all right, let's try to make some sense of this. So tune the band to its desired frequency. So that's what these two things are, and we're not allowed to put it anywhere but in the middle or the end. Look, most of them give us blue. Most of every option is red on the screen, except this combination. That really makes it seem like this is the right answer. I didn't try the ones where they're off. Well, it feels like we shouldn't have any of them off, but we can try it. Yeah. Okay, none of those combinations worked. So this gives us blue. Can't do anything with this dial. But we are told that the plate current should be under 400, but doesn't tell us where under 400. So let's stop for a second and try to understand what's happening here. Okay, so let's consider. One possibility is that one possibility is that we're meant to follow these instructions and we've got some freedom of adjusting the plate current. And another possibility is that the filament voltage, which our instructions say should be 10 volts, any higher the vacuum tubes break. This seems to suggest 25 volts. So one possibility is that we don't listen to the FV and we just try to set it to some values here. But another thing to think about is, does this tell us when they're having communications? 3 voices very noisy. Power level, like, are channels, frequencies go from 0 to 10, 2 bands worth. Are we meant to figure out which bands the communications were coming in on? This says band mode minus 460 milliamps. Maybe this is saying about 460. So this, but what is that band mode? So one possibility is that we're not meant to obey these rules. Plate current should read under 400 milliamps, but here we have someone coming through. Are they saying that actually this message is coming through at higher than 400 milliamps? Because we're trying to hear voices, not operate the radio as normal. The other thing that's not clear to me, though, is where these bands are, where these frequencies that go 0, 5, 10, 0, 5, 10, where are they here? Like, they're not, even though this says band and mode, it doesn't seem like there's things that we can set. But I do wonder if we shouldn't try these values outside of the operation range. So let me see. If we try to set the plate current to a higher milliamp than recommended, does that get us anything? No. Are we overthinking something? Consistently, we've been punished for overthinking these. It is weird that all these lights are still green, even though I've adjusted this outside of range. And it is very weird. This feels to me like this is the right configuration because it's turned to this green color. That feels like the simplest thing. What if I disobey this setting and do turn it to 25? Oh, I'm not showing you this, sorry. What if I disagree with the filament voltage, set it to 25 because that's what's here? Uh-oh. Do we set this to what the instructions say? Under or around? This says under 400. Surely it wants this as the answer. Okay, let's read this again. Turning on the device. Check back wiring first. Set the plate switch on, green light, done that. Check the meters. The following meters can be adjusted. Knobs of the same name. Filament voltage, which is at 10. Plate current, under 400, but we've got freedom. Line current, 3.5. Plate voltage, exactly 2000. Well, that's what we have here. tune the band to the desired frequency. Is there something broken about why this only lets me go to 0 and 5 on both of them? Check all lights read green before pressing the commit button. Doesn't seem right. So, okay. Now, another possibility is that tune the band to the desired frequency, but we can't tune to any of these bands because our adjustments only do 0, 5, 10, 0, 5, 10. So I don't understand what it wants from us. All right. Well, I'm trying to take a different approach to these kinds of situations and not get too frustrated and not worry about solving it, but worry about thinking about it. So let's think about it. The goal is to find the right settings to probably have some communication with someone. So, what are our possibilities? One possibility is that we're just meant to follow directions to set settings within constraints. That is, we're meant to follow these instructions. There is some freedom here. That's one possibility. Maybe you could put under here, experiment within degrees of freedom. Or other clues regarding degrees of freedom. That is, we have several different plate currents that are allowed and several different bands that are allowed, and that there are clues somewhere telling us what they should be. But there's another possibility that based on this log, this idea that we're meant to defy the instructions regarding settings. and use unusual settings from the log. And there are some clues here that they may very well be doing things outside of the range. This looks like filament voltage is kicked up to 25. But I don't know if that's just the people writing this don't really care about logic. Like, we've been punished for looking at this stuff deeper. The other thing that I'm confused about is how to read some of this. Like, here's power 222. Then up to 100, 100, 250, 70, 70. It feels like I'm starting to get a little anger, feeling like the people who wrote this didn't give a fuck about the device logic and just filled it out with nonsense here. But I would hope that's not the case. I mean, shouldn't this be telling us what band to tune to hear the voices? Like, here are the voices noisy at 7115 CW. Clockwise? CW FM? Is this supposed to be some medium band? I don't know. Here they're breathing at 7143 NCW. Are we supposed to pay attention to these bands to know how to tune in? 7115. Nothing's changed since. Don't fall for it. Voices heard at 7115. 7115. More voices. 3 voices. 7115. 7110. Static, unclear voices. So it feels like we should be tuning to 7115 CW, but how do we do that? Is it possible that this grid is numbered? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That doesn't really help. Like, how do I... If this makes me reset because it thinks I'm dragging down on the page, I'm going to be very angry. Why won't this go down a page? This frequency band thing is very, very odd that it won't let us change it beyond these. And what does it even mean? But we've tried them all. I believe we've tried them all. So we do have another setting. The chat seems to be talking a little bit about the volume. It doesn't make any sense that the volume would affect it working. It's off at 0. So I just don't, it doesn't make any sense that we would have this at off. That just makes no sense. It feels like volume will be volume. It doesn't have any visual display. There's something we're just skimming over because we're rushing. Check back wiring first. There's no other stuff we can mess with, right? I'd love to read the instructions in the message, but I'm deadly afraid to move off this page. So I can't. I can't reread the instructions. Let's before we go crazy, let's open Firefox and try it with a different browser just to make sure. Okay, now it wants my email. Okay, let's see. I can adjust the frequency range with the control panel. Wayland took it out. It's probably controlled by computer now, which means I might be able to plug in with my laptop. You can boost the signal. You can boost the signal. Filament control, plate switch. This is a 10. This is under 14. This was at 3.5. This was at exactly 2000. Okay, same thing here. If I boost the filament voltage up to 25 volts, power is at 2. What does that mean that the power is at 2? Now the power is at 100. Power's at 50. What does that even mean? How about plate current at 100? Since it just has to be below 400. And oh, fuck you. You want me to turn the volume off? It seems ridiculous to me to turn the volume off, because as soon as we turn the volume off by setting it to 0, the lights go out. But I guess we're still on the air. Maybe that's the key. But now you want me to turn the filament to 25, which is violating the instructions, but is somewhat consistent with the... It's only consistent with the... And then we're only sticking with these particular bands because it makes this light blue, this waveform blue, instead of like this. But we have no other reason to prefer this configuration. And we don't have any idea why 10.5 is the right band and frequency, whatever that means, because it has nothing to do with the bands and frequencies here. It seems from here that most of the communications with the voices are around 7115. But how do we get that? Is that... It can't be that the designers give so little fuck about this interface that it's just random. It can't be. That would be unthinkable. So by all logic, this information, these settings should somehow map to this device that's in front of us. Do they? Band and mode. Turn the band to the desired frequency. Why is it that chat says, try varying the RF line current. I mean, the instructions say the RF line current should be 3.5 amperes. So what's the logic? What's the logic between not obeying that? If there's something here that says that the line current is different, then I'm happy to change it to that. But there has to be some logic to not setting it to what it says. The only reason I was messing around with the filament voltage is because this sure seems to indicate that they've set the filament voltage to 25. But before I start changing the RF line current to something different, I need to have some logic to it. What about the opposite? What if we turn the volume to max? None of this should work. This is at 25. No idea why this would be at 25. Doesn't seem right. Fuck you. Power 2, power 1000, power 100. Power 2, power 100. 2000. Let's try 10,000. Oh, this is stupid. So let's talk for a minute why this is so anger inducing. When you make a puzzle that's got 5 different dials that the player is trying to configure to get to work and find the right combination of them. The one golden rule is you can't basically have the thing just say no and give zero feedback. There's no feedback on this device. You have no idea. Are you close? Are you far away? You need to have some kind of feedback that the thinking is on the right track. This is ridiculous. It's like all of these combinatoric settings and all of them but one give the answer no. All right. People want me to try things that don't seem to make any logical sense, but I'll try it here. They're all independent. No adjustment of one affects any other thing. Asara wants the plate current above 400, so breaking that rule for no reason. You want me to take the volume to 0 to turn off, which means one of the lights is off, so we shouldn't be able to hear anything. That's completely illogical. You want the plate voltage to 2000, which it's set to, even if the diagram looks slightly wrong. And you want the filament up to 25,000, breaking the rule there. And you want these frequency bands to be at 10 and 5 because that's where it turns blue. Okay, let's click play. That worked. And if we turn the volume up, that doesn't work. I think Asara has read the hints, but if not, I don't. So we have to turn the volume off. That works. We have to have the filament up to exactly 25, presumably because of this. And then the plate current, which we're told should be under 400, we have to turn to something around 450. And on what basis is that done? On what possible basis are we turning the plate current up above the recommended value? Is it just that this green commit light doesn't turn on until these things are some crazy values? Look at that. The oh, that light that says commit doesn't turn on until these values are where it wants them to be. But on what basis are we putting the plate current on what basis are we putting the plate current to 450? Because of this, which we tried. We actually tried this. And that was my early attempt, was to put this at 25, put this up here, and defy the instructions. But that it only works if the volume is off. If the volume is anything else, it doesn't work. Any other volume, it turns off the red and doesn't work. Not even, like, we do a lot of these puzzle games, and I get really angry when I come across a puzzle that feels very bad. But I'm sort of nonplussed now. I'm just sort of in shock. I've sort of bypassed the super anger, and I'm just like sad. I think the people who have designed this went to a lot of work to make a very bad puzzle. And I'm just flustered. Like the amount of work that went into designing this online thing and to designing this and trying to put these clues here. But wow, I just feel like that's a lot of work to designing something incredibly bad, incredibly poorly done. What a waste. What a missed opportunity. Where was the adult in the room to help them fix this? All right. Well, all right. Well, once again, Isara has come in. I don't know if Isara is reading the hints or what, but I'm just I'm shocked. I'm shocked at this puzzle. But we've got a new message. He sent us a whole bunch of new messages. All right, let's listen to it, then we'll take a break.
All right, I think we're officially up and running. Cross your fingers. Emma, Ray, can you hear me? Anybody? Hello? Maybe it's not working. Oh my God, I've got you.
What was that?
Are you with Ray? Can you hear me? Are you two okay? James told me you got separated.
Yeah, we got separated, just on the other side of the hill. I don't know how we haven't found him in 10 minutes.
10 minutes? No, that can't be right.
What was that, Ray?
I think we should head back to the van. This place is freaking me out.
Ed, did you hear that?
Emma, the connection is getting bad. Let me just... Damn it. We almost had them. I don't know. Maybe there's something else I can do to... Emma? Is that you?
Need an officer at the Eastern Access Road entrance to the Black Hills Forest. We got a 586. There's a gray van blocking the road. Looks like an old Sanchez Premier 99. Rangers can't pass through. Over.
A Sanchez 99? That's our rental. Let me try to...
I'm in the area, requesting a tow truck. Let me see if I can get Sam to bring his on by.
Hello? Anybody? Well, we found the van. Or someone found the van. I wonder if I can beat the cops there. Eastern Access Road is close. Wish me luck, investigator. I'll send you a package with anything I find.
All right, well, that was creepy. Boy, what a... Logan says, I'm glad this guy, James, is having trouble too. Or Ed, I forget which one we're talking to. Well, Astar did say somewhere he thought someone said something about the volume being too high, you couldn't hear it. I mean, in all fairness, this is what I'm trying, the straw I'm trying to grasp to keep me from getting too frustrated on these games is to do this step of saying, okay, let's, even if we can't solve it, can we try to consider different ways we could solve it? And this was basically the answer. One of these two possibilities. One was to follow the instructions, but that were experiment with other stuff. And the other possibility was to defy these instructions and try to follow instead what are they doing. And we had a little clue that was a little bit of cleverness. That filament voltage, maybe they had bumped that up to 25, even though that says it'll break the radio. And then we actually did notice this, even though this is in band and mode, we did notice this, and I did try changing the milliamps past 400, which we're told it shouldn't be. But the problem was that even after doing both of those things, we had so many other parameters, including the frequencies, which we didn't understand how to map to what they were doing. This seemed to suggest, yes, it should be 7115 or something like it, if we're following this logic of doing what they're doing. But this didn't seem to map anything. And then the fact that we had to turn the volume off, something that seems totally counterintuitive, was just completely a bridge too far. Now, you could have fixed that so easily. You could have had instructions somewhere that said, turned the volume off. It was the only way to hear. And you could have had these frequencies mapped to the dials that we had control over, 0, 5, or 10. All right, well, the narrative stuff is good. It's engaging. The voice acting is good and engaging. The production quality is good. I was so excited when we got these documents. But boy, this puzzle just went really wrong. And they really need to do something different. They need to, if we compare, if you look at Hunt to Killer compared to these other companies, like on every element of production quality, sort of the website, the multimedia, the acting, it's all like top notch. But then when you get to puzzle quality, Hunt to Killer is like at the very bottom of the barrel. Like, I hate to be calling out the people in charge of this at Hunt to Killer, but boy, some of their puzzling stuff is just the worst we've seen. It's just inexcusable with such a high production. All right, well, there's no point. There's no point in complaining. We're committed for the long haul. We've got 4 more boxes. I thought we would play 2 boxes today, but I just can't. Can I do it? Can I do it? I'll tell you what. I tell you what we'll do. DJ Moneycut says, I still want to find out what dig out means. Logan says, let's do one more. I'll tell you what we'll do. We've been playing for 4 hours. The sensible thing to do, what we've learned on this channel, is to break when you get to the 4-hour mark. If you're feeling already flustered, your patience is running thin, you should break. And we broke last night after 3.5 hours, and I woke up this morning thinking that was the right decision because I'm fresh. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. The bad memories of the first box are gone, even though they weren't really bad memories. I don't have complaints about the puzzles from yesterday. So we did the sensible thing yesterday. So let's try the bad idea now. We've been playing for 4 hours. There's 14 viewers. We're going to lose the help that we need to solve this case if we keep going. But let's keep going. If we play another 4 hours, what's the worst that can happen? We'll just have another miserable time. On the other hand, we'll experiment. Maybe playing another box will bury this bad memory. All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to do something very unwise, and we're going to open up the third box and try to play through the third box. Maybe we'll have a long session. We'll see what happens. All right, well, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. It's 2 a.m. Thursday evening. I think I should clarify something. I think in the chat there might be a little bit of confusion about whether I was saying we'll try one more box before we give up playing the series. We're going to finish the Blair Witch Season 2 series of 6 boxes. There's no question about that. There are very few games on this channel that we have aborted. The only question is whether we open another box and try to play another box tonight. That's the only question that I was putting on the table and suggesting that it was a bad idea, but that perhaps we should. Look, I still can't get over this thing. I mean, it's pretty, it's not, it doesn't serve any purpose really, I don't think, but it's pretty cool to have it, to think, you know, like the witch is in there and, you know, you go in there and you die. So back to the question about whether we open and play another box tonight. I was talking pretty bold words about yes, let's do it. I'm starting to have second thoughts. Like, is it better to wait until tomorrow and play fresh? Let's have a little. Oh, we're down to 9 concurrent viewers, so we've lost most of our viewers, but that's okay. It might be nice to start a new stream so that each of the boxes are their own stream. What does the chat think? For those of you who are still here, I mean, this is sort of confirmation bias. If you're still awake now watching the stream, it probably means this is not the most inconvenient time for you. I should have asked it before I continued on. All right, but for those of you who are still here, vote whether you think we should open another box and play it tonight or wait for tomorrow. So should we play another 3 hours? Or should we wait till tomorrow? We're going to meet tomorrow and play anyway. All right, 2 votes for waiting. Logan votes to open a new box. I was talking such big words about opening a new opening a new box tonight. Feels like backtracking a little to wait. Harry says Logan is hardcore. What if we just opened it up and... All right, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll wait. We'll do it tomorrow. All right. I know. I'm a little indecisive about some things. All right. We're gonna wait. We played for 4 hours. It makes more sense to have each box be its own stream, 1 per night. Okay. But DJ says, what if instead we saw the hints for the previous box? Let's do that. All right. So we're done for the night in terms of playing new boxes. We will meet again tomorrow at 10 p.m. for box 3. But we can spend a little bit of time just hanging out and chatting. And we can check out the hints for today's puzzle. Maybe we should get into the habit of doing this before I start going off on a puzzle. Like one of these days I'm going to go off on a puzzle and it's going to turn out that I'm completely wrong and all the things I complain about were addressed. Okay, page not found. Huntakiller.com, Blair Witch hints. Okay. Visit huntakiller.com, Blair Witch hints to read a recap of the previous episode, get spoiler-free hints, view transcripts, and see the full solution. We are on the right page. Let's see if we can find it. Hints and reveals. Let's get there manually. Find your season box. Select the relevant episode. Use the password. Okay, let's see. All right, so here are the boxes. They've got lots of them. Blair Witch Season 2. Okay, so members.com, they just changed the website. Okay, no big deal. All right, so we just played episode 2. Okay, and the password for that is Beast. No, it's not. Beast. Lowercase. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Recap. He's sure boosting the signal would put him back in contact with Em and Ray. He breaks into the tower to do it. Okay, so maybe that was a clue, the part about boosting a signal. We did read the part. I did notice the part about boosting when we went back by accident, although it was so painful to go back before that user interface came up that we didn't want to do it. But okay, boost the signal. Maybe that was a little bit of a clue. Bonus content is an exclusive in-world content delivered via email between episodes. So they should be sending us bonus content. I'm not sure they still do that, but okay. Punch Out Cabin, hint, letter from Harriet, hint, spoilers ahead if you haven't yet found the missing part. Okay, here we go. Electrical interface, hint 1. Ed needs you to adjust the remote audio interface so he can get in touch with the crew. What documents could explain how the radio tower equipment works? Ed mentions in his letter, radio tower looks as if someone might have rewired it. Some of the instructions is in the training manual may no longer work now. Where might you find notes on such changes? Sometimes people use shorthand for units of measurement, such as ml for milliliters. What are the full forms of V and MA on the training manual? So that's the voltage of milliamps. Are there any fixed notes on the radio fixes noted on the radio tower log that could be interpreted another way? That sounds like just the things we saw with the 25 FV and the 400 MA, but no explanation about turning the sound, no explanation about the frequency stuff. How about this? Radio tower log reveal. Decoding the Morse code, she had to go. Woods watch, Woods listen. We got all that. Several scrambled sentences. This was the part that DJ figured out about reading it backwards. We decoded all that. Okay, here's the electrical interface reveal. It will send you the link. In order to connect the radio tower and contact them, you have to adjust the knobs on the interface to match the following parameters. Set the filament control and plate switch to on, green lights. Okay, turn the filament voltage knob until it reads 25. Turn the plate current knob until it's between 400 and 600. The knob itself should be between 400 and 500. Okay, turn the RF to 3.5. That stays the same. That stays the same. Adjust the sliders beneath the audio wave until they read 10 and 5. The two separate audio wavelengths will match and turn to green to confirm a correct setting. I'll turn to blue, but whatever. Set the volume to 0. When you've got everything right, it turns to green. All right, well, I mean, look at the work they went into to making transcripts for everything. If you're deaf, can't hear the audio, you can read transcripts. Here was our cabin handwriting. All hope shifts to despair. Between episodes 1 and 2. So this is email it keeps talking about that we could have gotten. Well, I did sign up. I did give them my email. Not that I had a choice. Let's see if we got any emails from them. No. Is it marked as spam? No. All right. Well, I don't know what these between emails. Maybe they're not doing them anymore. Well, I really didn't like that last puzzle, but on the other hand, I have gotten more angry. And that's a personal victory, because the reason I didn't get more angry was not because the puzzle wasn't anger inducing, but I have turned down the anger dial, my internal anger dial. I'm trying to turn it down slowly. All right, well, tomorrow, 10 p.m., part 3, we'll open the next box. Hopefully we'll have a better experience by the end of it tomorrow. I'll see you then.